Hey guys, we're going to, you guys just you gotta check this shit out. Look at this. New add-ons. They're pretty cool. They got backpacks, so, oh, you know what, let me check those ones out. Nice of another. Oh, those look nice. Those look way nice. Definitely gonna put those on my to-get list. I got my cape too. Yeah. I love this cape though. Okay, these ones right here. Look at this shit. Oh. If you always wanted a backpack, now you can add more than 31 unique functional backpacks to your world. Craft, store, smelt, and enchant your items. You can even paint your backpack. Animals, mobs, backpack. The fuck? I want bundles, bitches. More blocks. It seems pretty cool. I don't know. So, copper door. I don't think I need oxidize. Put this there. That goes there. I'm gonna start working on this thing. Oh, so I need where's oxidize? You know what? Damn it. I don't give a shit. I'm on creative anyways, basically. Copper door, waxed copper door. Hold on. Okay. Wax cupboard. I think that'll prevent it from turning colors. Okay, so this is where we cut the meat. It's where we store the meat. Put some meat in there. What do you call them? Barrels. I'm still getting the Tinkerer's construct. I had a dream I was playing it too. I forgot, but I remember now. So we need what kind of? We're gonna do a spruce. fucking idiot. Get over there.
What starts with W and ends in T? No, really, it does. What starts with W and ends in T? No, really, it does. What starts with W and ends in T? No, really, it does. What starts with W and ends in T? No, really. What dating app does the lumberjack use? Timber.
I love you, bro. I love you. You're so cool. Oh, you know what? I need. You know, I was gonna do Dark Oak, but.
Penny, this is Sheldon's twin sister, Missy. Missy, this is our neighbor, Penny.
Wow, you don't look that much alike.
Can I get a hallelujah? Fraternal twins come from two separate eggs. They are no more alike than any other siblings. Hallelujah! Hey, guess what? I've been accepted as a test subject for a new miracle drug to overcome pathological shyness.
Oh, good for you, Raj.
Yes, I'm very hopeful. Hello, Missy. mentioned there may be side effects.
Penny, this is Sheldon's twin sister, Missy. Missy, this is our neighbor.
Annoying. The Pilgrim's Progress, John Bunyan. You fucking idiot. The Pilgrim's Progress, John Bunyan. Fucking niggers, man. I'm gonna cut their throats. The Pilgrim's Progress. The Pilgrim's Progress, John Bunyan. I'm gonna kill you, Google, and I fucking will. God damn you.
Silent for long, because his trouble only increased. Therefore, at length, in a certain place.
You fucking niggers. The Pilgrim's Progress, John Bunyan. Audiobook. Fucking nigger. I'm gonna kill these idiots. God damn you.
Durst so much as world to heaven. Even a child.
By Vanessa Cooley.
Would be a children's book, and is read of John Bunyan to write a book for children, or even for the young. The Pilgrim's Progress was a book for men and women, and it was aimed to teach the great truths of the gospel. Hence, while most of it is written in a simple style, as all books should be written, it contains much that a child cannot understand, not often in the story, but in the conversations and discussions between the different persons. Some of these conversations are in reality short sermons on doctrines and teachings which Bunyan believed to be of great importance. But these are beyond the minds of children, and give them great trouble when the book is read. They do not like to have them left out of the reading, thinking that they may lose something interesting. Many a young person has stumbled through the dull doctrinal parts of the book without understanding them, and even grown people find them, in our time, somewhat of a blemish upon the wonderful story, valuable as they were supposed to be in Bunyan's own time. For many years it has been in my mind not to rewrite the Pilgrim's Progress, for that would destroy its greatest charm, but to change the words here and there to simplify, and to omit all the conversations and arguments concerning subjects belonging to the field of doctrine. In other words, to place the story of the Pilgrim's Progress in such a form that every child 10 years old can understand it. My purpose is to make it plain and interesting to children, leaving the older form of the book to be read by them when they become older. Perhaps a short account of Bunyan's own life may add to the interest of his book. John Bunyan was born in 1628 at Elstow, a small village near Bedford, which is in the heart of England. His father was a poor man, traveling on foot from place to place, mending pots and pans and
Tinkerer,
simple furniture of country kitchens. And the son
Love that.
followed the same trade, and was known as a tinker. He tells us that he lived a wild life, and was especially known as one of the worst swearers in the region. When the Great Civil War broke out in England in 1642, between King Charles I and the Parliament, Bunyan became a soldier on the side of the Commonwealth, as the party against the king was called. He served in the army between 1644 and 1646. In 1648, at the age of 20 years, he married a good young woman, who led him to prayer and to a new life. But it was hard for one who had led such a life as his had been to turn to God, and it cost the young man a great struggle. It seemed to him that his past sins were like a load upon his back, just as he afterward wrote of his pilgrim, and it was long before he found peace. He became a member of a little Baptist society and soon began to preach. Crowds came to hear him, drawn by his earnest spirit and his quaint, striking manner. But when Charles II became king, no religious services were allowed except those of the Church of England, and all other meetings were forbidden. Bunyan, however, went on preaching until he was sent to prison in Bedford. In Bedford jail he stayed 12 years. To find a means of living in jail, he made lace and sold it as a support for himself and his blind daughter. If the prison was hard for Bunyan, his sufferings were made a blessing to untold millions. For while in Bedford jail, he wrote The Pilgrim's Progress. This story was intended to be a parable, like many of our Savior's teachings. That is, it put into the form of a story the life of one who turns from sin, finds salvation through Christ, and in the face of many difficulties, makes his way through this world to heaven. Even a child who reads or listens to the book will see this meaning in part, and he will understand it better as he grows older. In 1672, Bunyan was set free and allowed to begin again his work as a Baptist minister, and he soon became one of the most popular preachers in all England. He died quite suddenly in 1688, when he was 60 years old, and is buried in an old graveyard now near the centre of London, called Bunhill Fields Burial Ground. In the same ground is buried another great writer, Daniel Defoe, whose story of Robinson Crusoe ranks next to Pilgrim's Progress in the number of its readers. Also, Isaac Watts, the author of many hymns sung in all the churches, and Mrs. Susanna Wesley, the mother of the great John Wesley. 4 people who left a deep mark upon the world all lie near together in this small cemetery in London. Every child should read The Pilgrim's Progress as a story, if no more than a story. Should read it until he knows it by heart. And the older he grows, the deeper will be the meaning that he will see in it. Jesse Lyman Grant, editor. End of preface and dramatis personae.
Not checking the chat, you guys.
The Pilgrim's Progress, Part 1, Chapter 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Pilgrim's Progress by John Bunyan, Part 1, Chapter 1.
Chapter 1.
As I walked through the wilderness of this world, I lighted on a certain place where was a den, and laid me down in that place to sleep. And as I slept, I dreamed a dream. I dreamed, and behold, I saw a man clothed in rags standing in a certain place, with his face to the stone house, a book in his hand, and a great burden upon his back. I looked and saw him open the book and read therein. And as he read, he wept and trembled, and not being able longer to
Hold on a second,
contain,
I'm checking something
he
out.
brake out with a lamentable cry, saying,
What shall I do? I'm literally out of
In
iron.
this plight, therefore, he went home, and restrained himself as long as he could, that his wife and children should not perceive his distress. But he could not be silent long, because that his trouble increased. Wherefore, at length, he brake his mind to his wife and children, and thus he began to talk to them.
Oh, my dear wife,
No, definitely not
Said
checking
he,
that.
and you, my sweet.
I need to check the, Blackwood's uploaded something. Oh.
Else get home from a long day and just want to snuggle with their pup on the couch. When I'm not working.
Well, folks, a lot of you guys have been asking about what
Here we
happened to
go.
Project Medieval from Rockstar Games. You know, the most anticipated title after they released Red Dead Redemption 2. It was already confirmed that Rockstar Games was working on a new game which is set in the medieval time period, and it's going to be an open world game. There was a lot of information that did come out, and later on it was even confirmed by some of the insiders that were working in Rockstar Games that yes, all of the leaks and rumors that came out was indeed true, and Rockstar Games is working on this new game. recently we got another confirmation which is coming from Rockstar Games itself. Because just a couple months ago, it seems like Take-Two Interactive, who is the parent company of Rockstar Games, they actually filed a trademark for a new upcoming IP that they're working on, which they had to trademark it as Project Ethos. Now, for those of you guys who are new to this, you probably don't know what Project Ethos is. Now, this was a code name that was used for the upcoming medieval game that Rockstar Games is currently developing. Now, of course, they're putting all of their resources onto GTA 6, because GTA 6 is, of course, going to be the biggest title that they're working on. And the way that Rockstar Games usually works is that they focus on one game and they try to deliver that game, and as long as they don't do it, they usually don't split up their community into two different parts of working on multiple games, because that's not how you make perfection. So they usually take about 6 to 10 years in order to release any game that they're working on, and they put all their soul and heart into that game until or unless it becomes a full-on perfection. That's basically how Rockstar Games
So you guys didn't hear me the
operates, and
first time. I'm not going to repeat it again.
that's how they're doing it with GTA 6 as well. And now it seems like they're just holding back the horses.
This is going to be a good game, though. Oh, it's going to dominate Minecraft. It really is.
Fall of 2025, GTA 6 is coming out. Rockstar Games CEO has already confirmed
It's going to
it. So this
dominate.
means that the new upcoming Project Medieval is most probably going to start up its production. And maybe the game is already half cooked, and they'll just go back in there and try to fully cook the game before they officially bring it out or give any further information about it. And
don't
usually
want to
Rockstar
fucking
Games, they
listen.
don't really make any announcements until or unless just a year or two before the official launch of the game. Now take GTA 6 for example, they only revealed it like 1 year before the launch date of the game. So
I got my cape, you guys. Whee!
at least take about 3 years from now for the new medieval project that they're working on to fully be finished. Now, of course, one thing I really want to touch on when it comes to medieval games from Rockstar Games is, of course, that the game will nonetheless be one of the best medieval games that we've played of all time out there. It could be very realistic as far as what Rockstar Games' approaches are in terms of how they create games. They usually just love to create games that are very realistic. Take Red Dead Redemption 2, for example. All the things in that game was just absolutely fantastic, from the mechanics and the game engine, the graphics, and even how animals are operated in that game looks so realistic, like real life. And that's one thing that I really love about Rockstar Games, and I really want to see how they're going to be operating in terms of making a new medieval game. Now, of course, a lot of fans have been asking that, well, will this game have an online game mode? And the answer to that is most likely not, because it seems like Rockstar Games is not very comfortable in creating any other online games. Because if you take a look at what they did with Red Dead Redemption 2's online game mode, that game eventually has like huge and massive potential, and Rockstar Games decided not to even touch on that game or give any updates or any DLCs or any content at all. And Red Dead Online is pretty much just dead at this point. And the reason why Rockstar Games did that in the first place is because they did not want Red Dead Redemption's online game mode to outshine whatever because they did not want that at this point. And the reason why Rockstar Games at all. And Red Dead Online is pretty much just dead at this point. And the reason why Rockstar Games did that in the first place is because they did not want Red Dead Redemption's online game mode to outshine whatever GTA Online is working with, because they've made millions of dollars from GTA Online, and they did notice that the community that was playing GTA Online have now transitioned into Red Dead Online, and they're not spending as much money as they did with GTA Online's microtransactions into Red Dead Redemption Online. So they kind of eventually just understood that, you know, it's a well-established market that they already have with GTA Online, and they don't really want to be diminishing that in terms of just splitting the audience and making them play Red Dead Online. So now the GTA 6 is coming out. Most likely, guys, they're going to be focusing only on GTA 6 Online, or maybe they're just going to upgrade whatever GTA Online already is and make it into a huge expansion where we can move from Los Santos into Vice City, and they could just keep, you know, upgrading the map and the storyline and content and all that stuff for the games. So most probably Rockstar Games already has a very huge plan for GTA Online. So that's one of the biggest reasons as to why I think, you know, Red Dead Online is not going to be getting any updates in the future, as well as this medieval game. They're only going to be focusing for the online mode fully onto GTA, because that's what is huge profit for Rockstar Games. They're going to be making billions and billions of dollars from that one multiplayer game alone. So yeah, for those of you guys who have been wondering whether or not if the medieval game will be getting an online mode, maybe it might get an online mode, but then don't expect it to be as big as whatever GTA Online was, because you know Rockstar Games takes GTA extremely seriously, and they don't want their own games to succeed against whatever GTA has already created for them. It's a huge empire. It's a billion-dollar sales company that they already have established, and they don't really want to be splitting up their community and losing all of those billions of dollars that is in a huge potential with GTA Online. Now, of course, in terms of single-player mode, the game, of course, is going to be absolutely fantastic, and I'm pretty sure that Rockstar Games is going to nail the coffin of this game, and that's what I'm super excited about.
Oh,
because,
yeah.
you know, Rockstar Games, they always deliver when it comes to single-player games, and I really want to see how they're going to be handling this medieval game, and it's just going to be super exciting. And now that they have refueled the entire rumor by just going ahead and trademarking this new Project Ethos thing, it seems like, yes, Rockstar Games is still going to be making this game. It's, of course, not canceled, so I just wanted to go ahead and let you guys know on whatever is going on with this project, because I've been seeing a lot of comments on any video that I make about Rockstar Games. I always see the comment section, which has you guys asking about what happened to Project Medieval. Blackwoods, you already made a couple of videos on that game, and it's been a very long time since you gave us any update about the game, and it's finally here, guys. Yes, the game is still alive. Rockstar Games will be focusing on it very soon in coming days after GTA 6. So yeah, let me know down below in the comments, what are your thoughts about the new medieval game that Rockstar Games is working on, and about the online game mode. Would you like to actually have an online game mode for a medieval game that is as good as GTA Online? Because I know that Rockstar Games has very high potential as far as what I've seen with Red Dead Redemption Online. That game is fantastic. They have a real good potential being the next GTA Online, but you know, it's Monopoly. I would love to hear what you guys have to say about this whole situation from Rockstar Games, and let me know down below in the comments. I would love to read your comments, reply to as many of you guys as I possibly can, and also if you guys are looking forward to your YouTube channel that keeps you guys updated with all the latest information and leaks and updates about gaming, like
Dude,
this
if they
video
play it
every
right, if
single
they play
day.
the
So
cards
make sure
right,
to
oh
go
my
ahead and
god.
subscribe to my channel. It's absolutely free on YouTube to subscribe, and there are 90% of you guys who are watching videos and they haven't subscribed. What are you guys doing? You are missing out on all the daily uploads that I keep posting on this channel about all the upcoming video games, news, and all that stuff. So make sure to go ahead, take advantage of it, subscribe, join the community. If you guys are going and enjoy this video, drop a like on this video. It really helps out the channel a lot more than you guys think. And with that being said, I will see you guys on tomorrow's video. Until then, take it easy, fans, and goodbye.
Hold on.
What the science is
So Call of Duty Black Ops 6 and Battlefield 6, both of these games have officially been confirmed right now, and there is a lot of interesting stuff that's coming up for the FPS genre. And I'm not even kidding when I'm saying this, because for a very long time now, it seems like Call of Duty and Battlefield have never really had some face-off, because, you know, DICE kind of just gave up on Battlefield after the biggest flop of Battlefield 2042, which was completely unexpected, by the way. And it just seems like, you know, DICE completely gave up, and they just decided to go ahead and launch whatever, you know, post-launch content that they already had planned. But this year, it just seems like, you know, we're finally back into the Call of Duty versus Battlefield phase. And there's always been this very toxic battle between the Call of Duty community and the Battlefield community. And now it seems like things are finally going to be changing, because DICE has officially announced the next Battlefield game. And Call of Duty has also announced Call of Duty Black Ops 6. So it's going to be a very interesting year. Now, this information was confirmed by Treyarch Studios officially on their Twitter page, where they said that Black Ops 6 is officially confirmed. Now tune in on Xbox Game Show on June 9th at 10 a.m. Pacific time to see what we have been cooking with Raven Software. Now, this is basically the piece that they've shown so far. Just take a look at this. It just gives me the vibe of Call of Duty Black Ops 2 and Black Ops 3. It's the mixture of both of these games, and you know, both the games had like incredible multiplayer game modes, and I'm really curious to see what they're working on with Black Ops 6. Now, what's very interesting about this Call of Duty in particular, that the entire community kind of have like really high hopes with Call of Duty once again, is because this Call of Duty, which is Black Ops 6, has been in development for 4 years. And the last time Activision actually took this long in order to develop a Call of Duty game was probably 3 years, which is for Black Ops 3, and that turned out to be great when it comes to multiplayer. And of course, keeping aside all of those jumping mechanics and all that stuff, but still, multiplayer was really, really fun nonetheless. But right now, they have taken 4 years, and it seems like Call of Duty Black Ops 6 game designers have been playtesting the game ever since the past 2 years. So this game has already been in development and it's complete, and they've been playtesting it for 2 years, which kind of gives a lot of confidence to gamers out there, especially for Call of Duty fans who've been waiting for this game. Because, 2 years is a lot of time in order to test out a game like Call of Duty. Now, all the things might seem very much in favor of Call of Duty this year, but then there's something that Activision really screwed up this year, because this image actually got leaked, which is apparently a pre-order information from GameStop, which says that Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is going to be available on Xbox Series X as well as PlayStation 5. But then there's one thing that's really disappointing, which is the PS4 version, man. Now, I honestly don't know why, Treyarch would even try to release this game on the last-gen consoles. Like, PS4 is already old now. Like, most of the upcoming games are moving exclusively for the next-gen consoles, and they're still stuck with the PS4. This just makes me wonder how bad the graphics of the game is still going to be and how outdated engines are. And I just guess that,
Not
they're
everybody
going to
can
be using
afford
the same engine
PS5s right
and
now.
graphics in
Dumb
the
shit.
gameplay, and everything is just going to look very much recycled from the previous Call of Duty games. Where the biggest issue in Call of Duty is that usually the games are, fast-paced games, and people just absolutely loved doing that no-scope and, like super fast-paced, and being aware of the red dots on the minimap, and it just made the game feel much more fun, and you had to pay more attention to the minimap as well as the game, so you can't really sit there and camp in a corner. And it kind of just changed as soon as, Call of Duty moved on to Call of Duty Modern Warfare, which kind of brought in this whole new engine, which kind of changed the entire facing of the game and became more slow-paced, and kind of just encouraged more camping rather than just having better skills and playing the game faster. So that's probably where Call of Duty had one of the biggest downfalls, and then came the skill-based matchmaking and all that stuff. So I really hope that, this Black Ops game is not the same. And on the other hand, we have a new Battlefield game which is coming up, where the CEO of EA Games has already announced that he's already playing the game right now with the developers, and he just absolutely fell in love with how good the live service this game is going to turn into. And the thing that he did not really mention is that the game is really good or not, or maybe he's having fun or whatever. The one thing that he mentioned is that it's a good live service game, so that kind of just concerned a lot of fans. But I would say that, most of the upcoming, multiplayer games usually tend to be live service, and eventually that's not really a bad thing that you guys should, stay back and worry about when it comes to multiplayer games, because most of the games are live service, and live service basically means that they're going to be having continued support for this game in particular. So after the game launches, you're still going to be getting more DLCs, new maps, new weapons, and all that stuff. So in order to do that, the devs just keep selling skins and microtransaction items, and hopefully it's not going to be, pay-to-win items. And one of the biggest reasons when it comes to the downfall of Call of Duty is because, they've been focusing too much on Warzone and all of the, Battle Royale game modes rather than focusing on the actual Call of Duty. And that's one of the reasons why, recent Call of Duties have never been successful, because they just released the game just for the sake of making a new pack that they could just sell inside of Call of Duty Warzone. And hopefully, for the love of God, I really, really hope they don't screw up Black Ops 6 as being one of the games that they just made just to sell new packs into Warzone. And from all the things that we can see, the game is going to be releasing on the PS4 version, which means that most probably they're going to be using the same engine
Like, Warzone's his own thing. Leave that shit
so
alone.
the reason why they might be releasing this game could also be that they're just releasing it so that they can sell new packs that will be introduced inside of Warzone. For players who own Black Ops 6 are going to be the only ones that will exclusively get access to some of those packs that are going to be available inside of Warzone. So things like this is exactly what ruined Call of Duty, and I really hope they don't do this mistake with this one and focus more towards that one particular game and keep Warzone completely out from the mainline Call of Duty games. I strongly believe that this could actually go a very long way for the success of Call of Duty. Now, all of this kind of just gives me a little bit of hope, because because, you know, both Call of Duty and Battlefield are getting announced this year, and June 9th is going to be the time during the Summer Game Fest. You know, Activision has made the official announcement, and they are officially going to be revealing their next Call of Duty Black Ops 6 game, and the CEO is already enjoying the game, which means that there could possibly be another announcement for the new Battlefield game as well. Now, a few people in the Battlefield community have been stating that, you know, the next Battlefield game could not be coming out until 2025, and a huge thanks to EA CEO, he finally came out and gave some information. The Battlefield game is complete, and it's finally a good live service game. So it kind of just gives me more hopes that, you know, this year's Battlefield, hopefully it's as good as what Battlefield 1 was, because I really had absolute blast in that game, and I would just love to have a game very similar to that one. And some of the rumors for Battlefield have also lately been that the game is going to be set in the Vietnam Wars era, so that's a really great timeline to, you know, set a Battlefield game, I guess. I don't think there's ever been any Battlefield game that has been set particularly in this era where there was a war in Vietnam, so I guess it's a really good timeline if DICE does decide to go ahead and choose this one. And there's also a lot of different games that's coming up which is actually free to play, and the one that you're watching right now as a gameplay which I'm posting on this video is from the Ubisoft Call of Duty game, which is called the X Defiant, which is a free to play game, by the way, and I've been playing this game for the past 2 days, and I'm absolutely having a blast. It's a really good game, and
oh, you know what? Fuck this. I'm going Call of Duty Black Ops. No commentary. Call of Duty Black Ops, no commentary. Call of Duty Black Ops, no commentary.
Where's Reznov?
You will answer our questions. Do you understand?
Who the hell are you?
That's not important. What's important is who you are. What's your name?
Fuck you!
Where were you born?
Kiss my ass!
Your name is Thomas Mason. You were born in Fairbanks, Ohio.
Fuck.
In 1961, you served in a CIA assassination team known
God, I gotta binge watch this shit.
Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Where's the broadcast station?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? Where are they
I
broadcast?
don't know anything about any numbers.
What about Dragovich? Do you remember him? Give us what we want. We'll guarantee your safety.
And Black Ops will always be the key.
Let's start at the beginning. Cuba, 1961, the Bay of Pigs. We know you were there.
No.
Do not fuck with me, Mason. I know when you're lying. 61, Bay of Pigs. What happened?
We all got killed.
There's no use lying, Mason. We know you went in with Woods and Bowman.
Woods. Bowman.
Dragovich. Do you remember Dragovich?
Castro. We went in to kill Castro. The police are gonna be here soon. Let's make this quick.
That's Woods.
Woods. It's been a while.
Mason.
Not enough, Carlos. You know Bowman, right?
Carlos.
Carlos. Mason. What's up, Carlos? So you got what we need? He will be in here. The plantation. My old plantation. Our attack on the airfield should distract them enough to get you inside. What about the evac? We'll have transport waiting for you. Just be there. Excellent. You got company.
Saquen los papeles. Ahora.
the streets. Mason, on me. Let's go.
Woods. Dude, that game is so legendarily epic.
Reloading, cover me. Clear 'em out. Move up the street. Both take the right. Placing cover. Reloading, give me cover. Be down. Behind us.
Oh, you know what?
He's down. Okay, let's move.
Ice Cube, my nigga, Ice Cube.
Get to the car.
That dude is fucking legendary, dude.
Target down.
Ah,
Into the airstrip. Suerte, my friend. Hit it, go. Get the fuck out of our way. This compound. Most of these men should be in the airfield. 8 minutes. There's a signal. Now! Look up. This is it. That's right. Get tight.
what's he doing?
Perfect. We're all focused on the airfield. Convoy ahead is not engaged. Sit tight. Let him pass.
Ah, yes. The vibes. I've been here for a long, long time. So many men, so fame. Oh, you know what I should do? Just thought of this.
Okay, stack up. Let's do it.
Have 1, 2, 4, 5 of them. You know what though?
This is it. We're moving out.
Better make it fast. B-26s are about to begin their bombing run.
Target should be up ahead. Roger. Move inside. Get in position. This is it. Ready to make history? Bitch! She still protects him? Destro supporters are fanatical in their devotion to him. Bowman, the target is down.
The word from Carlos isn't good. You're barely holding out. They got half the Cuban army down there. And those B-26s ain't hitting anything. Moving to the main hallway.
Okay, we're on our way. Well, Bowman, take the right.
Roger that.
Ah, fuck. Damn, I want this game. Oh. The numbers make it. What do they mean? God, I gotta play some goddamn Call of Duty. Fucking Black Ops Cold War. Oh.
Just make sure that he suffers. He will know suffering beyond his darkest fears. I have plans for you, American. Oh, he did. Dragovich sure did.
I need more iron.
It was a setup. They knew we were coming. That bastard Dragovich. He was behind everything. Russia. A labor camp. A hellhole called Vakuda. Oh my God. What did they do to you, Mason? Castro and Dragovich were working together. Yeah, you were a gift. Yeah. Right. What did Dragovich get you? Vakuda. You had to fight. Just to survive. What happened in Vakuda, Mason? I was on my own. Almost a year. Fake, Mason. What did they do to you? I cannot hope of ever getting out. Victor Reznor found a way. Victor Reznor? My friend. You hit like a giant!
I like to hit the way my opponents hit. Oh, I thought that was a freaking machete he was hitting them with. Okay, I need to go.
This is step one. No. We take Vakuda. What is step two?
I need iron. Hold on, you guys. I need to take care of something. The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? Gotta do something, guys.
Allow me to introduce Sergei Kozin, the monster of Megadon.
Glad you're a friend, Sergey.
Sergey. Big guy. Them Russian boys are big.
He and us are not so different. We are all soldiers without an arm. Betrayed, forgotten, abandoned.
Abandoned.
We are all
Want me to feel sorry for you, asshole? Come here, loves. Come here. You want them loves? Come here. You want? They need to make the chicken to where you can sit down and stand up and shit. I deep down, I'm the governor. Oh, let me see if my noodles are ready yet.
Rest of your men must know this is suicide. Victory cannot be achieved without sacrifice, men. We Russians know this better than anyone.
You sure do.
Prepare yourselves, men.
Mason! Over here! The tower is going to rip us to shreds! Have faith! Right, right! Mason! Climb the tower and support the uprising in the...
You fucking idiot. Get the fuck over there, nigger honky. Call of Duty Black Ops cast. What? What? Troy fucking Baker? As who? God damn it. I didn't know. My fucking goddamn goodness, that's beautiful. Fucking beautiful. Gary Oldman? Victor Reznov? Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck, goddamn yeah. Terrence Brooks? Who's Terrence Brooks? Ed Harris? What? Terrence Brooks. Who's Terrence Brooks in? Oh, Victor Reznov. Gary Oldman's a great actor. Fucking A, dude. Uh, uh, he's only 11/22/63. Get this shit out of here, cunt. I think, no, is it him? No, maybe not. Hold on. God damn it. Terrence Brooks. Black Ops, Terrence Brooks. I gotta see who that is. What? Well, he don't look familiar. Oh. Let me look at the videos. No, you fucker.
Boy, bastards.
Clear, moving up. Roger that, moving in. Engaging.
I love.
Open fire.
That's my favorite video game voice
Engaging
actor.
targets. Yankee 2 are pinned down.
Is Troy Baker. Forgot his name for this.
Keep this quiet.
Fucking love Troy Baker, dude. That dude's the best voice actor. Ashley Johnson, best voice actress. Um, 11/22/63 cast. Chris Cooper, that's who it is. James Frank. Okay, never mind. Dive. God damn it! Porcuta! Puta! Construction. Metal chamber, plain flame. I gotta be unlazy and go. Fuckers. I can't. My mommy told me not to. Matters little. Little. Return to breach! I don't go like this. I'm gonna fucking end these idiots in this goddamn family. Borracha!
Use tear gas. Breathe. You never left me. The door will not hold them forever. We do not have much time. Within this shrine, to the hypocritical decadence of our Kutus leaders, lies the key to step 8. Freedom.
saw Victor Reznov.
At least for a while.
After your escape, you were assigned to Jason Hudson at the CIA. How could he trust you when he knew that Victor Reznov helped you break out of Vorkuta?
Reznov was my friend. But he didn't make it out.
Victor Reznov was a communist. How did the CIA know you weren't compromised?
They tested me. They knew I wouldn't break, and I won't break now.
The government wanted Dragovich. They wanted you to kill him.
Yeah. And there were others. Others I was supposed to kill.
Who? You know, basically.
Who mentioned? The numbers mention who? Who? I mean. Oh.
You were cleared for duty and summoned.
We're recording. Truth is, your whole life is a lie. You wanted peace, so we hit the war. Now it rages on in the shadows.
Behind closed doors, where we hide the world's secrets.
While we build your trust, the world falls apart around you. If you weren't so distracted, you'd realize
Nothing is what it seems. But if it's truth you seek, look in the dark.
Hold on, guys. There's a joke. Hold on. Hold on. Nice. Life support? What? Oh, wow. Two deaths in Los Angeles? Oh, that sucks. The fuck? No. Fans with gender comment at Josephine. Okay, he's still alive. Richard Dreyfuss, thank God. What? Oh, that sucks, man. Be right back. Oh, hold on. What does Bill Clinton have in common with a computer? Is that a joke? What does Bill Clinton have that a computer doesn't? Joke. Uh, on, guys. That's fucked up, dude. Okay. Oh my god, these are hilarious. Damn you, get over there. Get. You fucking idiot. The hype is so real.
Truth is, your whole life is a lie. You wanted peace, so we hit the war. Now it rages all in the shadows.
Behind closed doors, where we hide the world's secrets.
While we build your trust, the world falls apart around you. If you weren't so distracted, you realize
Nothing is what it
God, you fucking idiot. Guy at the end is Ian Bowman. Yep. Holy shite. That is crazy. Oh fuck, tell me we got some iron. "9/11 documentary.
It's unimaginable.
Yeah, look, I think what Jane's experience is indeed a very deep personal trauma, and it is clearly life-changing. And at the same time, I also think that it's clear that this is a trauma, and it's a collective trauma.
It resonates, doesn't it, in all of us? There is a little bit of that traumatic day in all of us.
That's right. It represented American identity, you could say. And when that is possible, when you actually see on your screen that it's possible to destroy that in such a way, that goes quite deep. Not just at a very personal level, but also at a very collective level. It affects societies and everyone in it.
Mr. Hub, did you think at that moment that the world has just changed now?
I mean, look, I don't pretend to foresee how it was going to change, but I knew that this was a life-changing event. It was an even more brutal assault, audacious assault on American sovereignty than Pearl Harbor. I'd immediately thought, this has clear government and political consequences. Obviously, the initial response had to be from the United States. But overall, you do start to think fairly quickly of how you should respond.
There is not anything recognizable of what were the two trade towers. Nothing.
The aircraft crashed right through to the central courtyard, killing all 64 on board.
Yeah, we're looking at eyewitness pictures here, which are just horrific. This looks like downtown Beirut.
With the destruction of the World Trade Center, nearly 3,000 people are killed. Only 16 survivors will ever be rescued from the rubble. In the days that followed, Americans lived in constant fear of further attacks. Australia's intelligence chief at the time, ASIO boss Dennis Richardson, says this attack was a failure of the US and its allies to imagine the scale, effectiveness and ingenuity of their enemy.
If you had have asked me to write down the 50 most likely terrorist challenges that we might have in 2001, I wouldn't have written that down. We were so focused offshore, we were so focused on where our vulnerabilities might be globally that we forgot our own vulnerabilities domestically. The bottom line was that it was a failure of imagination. We all lacked imagination.
The intelligence world quickly focused on the little-known terrorist group Al-Qaeda and its shadowy mastermind, Osama bin Laden, who operated from a stronghold in Afghanistan. This was an entirely new breed of enemy, one with no rules of engagement and whose weapon of choice was fear.
The images that were broadcast on our televisions kept it in the collective memory. Part of terrorism is that surprise element, it's that media coverage, capturing the international imagination.
Yes, it was very calculated. It was very calculated.
It is also the unimaginable of using something that is part of our everyday, an airplane, to conduct such a heinous terrorist
symbolic humiliation that
Humiliation,
it
humiliation,
represented should not be
humiliation,
underestimated in the sense
humiliation.
that it is an attack in the heart of a country that thought it was invincible, that this would never happen on American soil. And so in that sense, it is indeed something that is a very deep wound, collectively, you could say.
James, you lived this, you breathed this, you survived this. Just. Did you get angry? Or did you just think, thank God I got out?
I never really felt any anger about it, Liz. My overwhelming sense throughout all of this was one of sadness. And I just remember this eerie feeling in New York, shock on people's faces. It was like the oxygen had been sucked out of New York, and that was not probably unique to New York. I think all around the world people were either waking up or going to bed thinking, what's happened here and what's it going to mean?
The American homeland had been attacked as never before. The shock and the casualties far greater than the Japanese surprise bombing of Pearl Harbor, which propelled the US into World War II. Americans wanted revenge, and their president, George W. Bush, who'd been elected by the barest of margins less than a year before, suddenly became a wartime leader.
I can hear you! I can hear you! The rest of the world hears you! And the people who knocked these buildings down will hear all of it soon.
Amen, brother. I love George Bush Sr., both of them.
I knew that the Americans would respond, and instinctively, myself, we'll have to be alongside them. I did go to Congress that day on Wednesday, and it was probably one of the most emotional moments I had. I had as Prime Minister.
The chair wishes to acknowledge the presence of the Prime Minister.
And then that afternoon, I said that we would stand beside the Americans in any response. I hadn't discussed that on Cabinet, but I knew instinctively that the feelings of the great majority, the great majority of the Australian people would feel.
You can be assured of Australia's resolute solidarity with the American people.
True to his word, when America invaded Afghanistan on the hunt for Osama bin Laden a month after 9/11, John Howard ensured. And you have no regrets about that, Mr. Howard?
No, I don't know about that. There was almost united view in Australia that we should join in the initial intervention to deny Al-Qaeda the safe harbour of Afghanistan to mount a future attack, because one of the immediate reactions of people was this could be the beginning of a series of attacks around the world.
Was there any other option other than war?
That there's no way the United States could stand for this. There's a sense from the American security establishment we couldn't protect our people. They had to fend for themselves on that day. So, damn right, they were going to go after someone. We know where they are. Now, how are we going to go get them?
Well, given he was so pivotal to this whole group, and Ali, would it have been better just to go for Osama bin Laden?
Military strategists rightly pointed out that the mistake was utilising conventional warfare against an unconventional enemy. You may have used military might to destroy terrorist training camps, but it certainly did not kill terrorism.
But 9/11 gave President Bush virtual carte blanche to strike anywhere at will, under the banner of the War on Terror.
It will not end until every terrorist group of global reach has been found, stopped, and defeated.
But there was one country and one dictator in the Bush administration's sights almost from the first moments of the 9/11 attacks: Iraq's Saddam Hussein. invasion of Iraq was justified by intelligence reports that Saddam was stockpiling nuclear weapons and that he could pass them to the terrorists. Only after Australia joined the invading forces did we discover Iraq's so-called weapons of mass destruction did not exist.
Oh.
In Australia under your leadership, Mr.
Oh,
Howard,
the eggs.
was central to the coalition of the willing. Do you accept that?
Oh yes, obviously the decision to join the Americans and the British in the Iraqi campaign was very controversial.
Gulf War documentary.
The victor in the Falklands was already thinking about war.
George Bush just said to me, Margaret, what is your view? And so indeed I told him that aggressors must be stopped. Not only stopped, but they must be thrown out. An aggressor cannot gain from his aggression. He must be thrown out, and really, by that time in my mind, I thought we ought to throw him out so decisively that he could never think of doing it again.
It was like two soulmates finding each other. They found from the very first words that they were exactly on the same wavelength, that this was a tremendously serious event, that it could not be tolerated, and something had to be done.
The president said little to the press, but he was already thinking about military action. Thatcher remembers telling him Saddam was a potential Hitler who must be stopped. Both leaders drew their history lessons from World War II.
Don't forget, George Bush fought bravely in the last war. He knew what it was like to fight. He was injured. So he knew that if you didn't turn out an aggressor, then you could have simply terrible consequences for future generations.
George Bush had been formed by his experiences as a young Navy pilot in the Pacific. But for his generals, the last war was Vietnam, where Norman Schwarzkopf and Colin Powell had served as young officers. And 20 years later, the military and the country were still traumatized by the disaster in Vietnam. As the president returned to Washington, the political challenge that faced him was enormous. To throw Saddam out of Kuwait, he would have to overcome stiff resistance inside his own government and in the country. But now, as the president headed for a meeting with his key advisors, there was fresh intelligence that the Iraqis might be headed for Saudi Arabia.
One of the first questions was, is he going to stop at the borders of Kuwait?
The victor in the Falklands was already thinking about war.
George Bush just said to me, Margaret, what is your view? And so indeed I told him that aggressors must be stopped. Not only stopped, but they must be thrown out. An aggressor cannot gain from his aggression. He must be thrown out, and really, by that time in my mind, I thought we ought to throw him out so decisively that he could never think of doing it again.
It was like two soulmates finding each other. They found from the very first words that they were exactly on the same wavelength, that this was a tremendously serious event, that it could not be tolerated, and something had to be done.
The president said little to the press, but he was already thinking about military action. Thatcher remembers telling him Saddam was a potential Hitler who must be stopped. Both leaders drew their history lessons from World War II.
Don't forget, George Bush fought bravely in the last war. He knew what it was like to fight. He was injured. So he knew that if you didn't turn out an aggressor, then you could have simply terrible consequences for future generations.
George
People
Bush
want to say all this
had been
stupid
formed by
shit
his
about him.
experiences as a young Navy pilot in the Pacific. But for his generals, the last war was Vietnam, where Norman Schwarzkopf
and Colin Powell had served as young officers. And 20 years later, the military and the country were still traumatized by the disaster in Vietnam. As the president returned to Washington, the political challenge that faced him was enormous. To throw Saddam out of Kuwait, he would have to overcome stiff resistance inside his own government and in the country. But now, as the president headed for a meeting with his key advisors, there was fresh intelligence that the Iraqis might be headed for Saudi Arabia.
Well, one of the first questions was, is he going to stop at the borders of Kuwait? Saddam, is he going to stop there? Or is he likely to go on into Saudi Arabia and move down to the oil fields?
We had no idea what he was going to do. Everybody'd been dead wrong with respect to the question of whether or not he was going to invade Kuwait, and he'd invaded Kuwait, and you had 140,000 Iraqi troops on the Saudi border.
The key decision that came out of that meeting is, we will defend Saudi Arabia. There was no debate about that. The question I then pose is, then what? Are we prepared, should we be prepared to go forward and fight for Kuwait?
The president gave no response to Powell's question that night or the next day at Camp David. Vietnam was at the table, the old fear of another escalating conflict with no clear end.
For those of us who are Vietnam veterans, we all have a view that says, if you're going to put us into something, then you owe the armed forces, you owe the American people a clear statement of what political objective you're trying to achieve.
Initially, anyway, General Powell was not as concerned about the crisis as I was. He, in fact, was more of an advocate of sanctions as opposed to military force. The senior military leadership understands better than anybody else that if, in fact, you're going to use military force, you're going to suffer casualties. It's almost impossible not to. And it's the people that are hurt in the process. At Camp David, the military briefed the president on its plan to defend Saudi Arabia.
The bottom line I was trying to make to the president is that this is the force that was necessary to guarantee a defense of Saudi Arabia and the rest of the Gulf oil fields. It was not an offensive force by any means. The force would have to be considerably bigger if we were going to eject the Iraqis out of Kuwait by force.
What?
After the meeting, while Brent Scowcroft stayed on with the president to figure out how to persuade Saudi to accept American troops, Colin Powell left for Washington.
I don't recall anybody saying, we're going to go take back Kuwait. I recall everybody saying we are going to clearly do whatever is necessary to defend Saudi Arabia.
The next afternoon, Bush returned to Washington. The generals hoped the talk of liberating Kuwait had gone away. It wasn't the last time they would misread George Bush.
He motioned me to come out, so I went out there, and he said, what's going on, what have we heard? And what I essentially reported was that there had been zero progress. He was pretty fired up. Even before I spoke to him, I think I probably added 10%, but he was pretty much there to begin with. And then he went off, and the "this will not stand" line was not mine. That was his. And that was just his speaking from where he was.
This will not stand. This will not stand, this aggression against Kuwait.
I'm home watching this on television, and that was the first direct expression from the president that he has crossed the line. And there's no question he will do what is necessary to get the Iraqis out of Kuwait, whether it's by sanctions in force alone, whatever it's going to take. And so he had crossed the river at that point in my mind. And I sat up and said, wow.
I've got to go. I have to go to work. I got to go to work.
I liked it. I liked it very much. Others, Colin Powell says, that'll teach us to leave you up at Camp David alone with him.
Satellites now showed 2 Iraqi divisions near the Saudi border. The CIA reported the Saudis were considering buying Saddam off. If the Iraqis captured Saudi Arabia's ports, Saddam would control 40% of the world's oil.
How much?
Saddam would control 40% of the world's oil.
Holy shit. And what's wrong with that? If he's not evil, then yeah, it's okay.
If the Iraqis captured Saudi Arabia's ports, Saddam would control 40% of the world's oil.
Oh.
The president dispatched Defense Secretary Dick Cheney to Saudi Arabia. Cheney and his high-level delegation had to convince the Saudi rulers, who had never allowed U.S. troops on their soil, that they could soon become another Kuwait.
I told the King Fahd that they did not have the luxury of waiting until Saddam began an invasion of Saudi Arabia and then asked for our help, because then it would be too late.
When Norm Schwarzkopf started laying out what we were prepared to send to Saudi Arabia, beginning with 200,000 troops, I just had the sense that Fahd was absolutely stunned.
At the end of that discussion, the king turned and said, "Okay." And I almost fell out of my chair, because I absolutely was sitting there thinking, well, this is going to be, thank you very much for the information, we'll let you know. And the king said, okay. And I think we all did a double take. And went back and said, Secretary Cheney said, "So you agree?" And the king said, "Yes, I agree." We walked out of the meeting, and I said to Secretary Cheney, I said, "Sir, I'm prepared to start the flow now. Do you want me to do that?" And Secretary Cheney said, "Yes." And so I turned to Chuck and I said, "Chuck, send them on their way."
It would be the largest military deployment since Vietnam. More than 250,000 U.S. troops. The president emphasized the buildup was wholly defensive.
To assume Iraq will not attack again would be unwise and unrealistic. If history teaches us anything, it is that we must resist aggression or it will destroy our freedoms. Appeasement does not work. As was the case in the 1930s, we see in Saddam Hussein an aggressive dictator threatening his neighbors.
The first American aircraft refueled above the Saudi desert. Saddam Hussein had never expected to see forces from America, the great ally of Israel, operating from Arab soil. But the invasion had turned both Western and Arab governments against Iraq. Soon, British, French, and Egyptian troops arrived, the beginnings of a coalition of 30 countries. Saddam struck back, rounding up foreigners in Kuwait as hostages. He hoped to intimidate the West. But his chilling encounter with 7-year-old Stuart Lockwood had the opposite effect.
Does Stuart get his milk?
Yes. He patted me on the head and ruffled my hair. I was scared because of the soldiers.
Are you getting your milk, Stuart?
My throat was going all shivering and all that. And I goes, "Oh, no, it's going to get me," something like that. It's going to put me in this room forever with my mum and dad and my brother. I felt really nervous.
He was a man who miscalculated in taking hostages, and then compounded his miscalculation and made Schwarzkopf's military efforts much easier by letting them go in December. Every time he had to make a major strategic decision, Saddam guessed wrong.
The UN imposed sanctions and called on Saddam to withdraw from Kuwait. Instead, he sent in over 300,000 soldiers. Kuwait's wealth was systematically plundered. Some Kuwaitis tried to fight back, but the resistance was soon broken. Saddam ruled Kuwait as he'd always ruled Iraq, with torture and terror. But this time, The United States was no longer turning a blind eye, and Saddam's methods allowed President Bush to elevate the struggle to a moral crusade.
Summary executions, routine torture, Hitler revisited. America will not stand aside. The world will not allow the strong to swallow up the weak.
By the time Saddam paid his first visit to Kuwait, Bush had authorized the CIA to start recruiting Iraqi dissidents to overthrow him. The U.S. Army's Delta Force was on standby to go into Iraq and kidnap him, but Saddam's security was too tight.
We did try to target Saddam Hussein. He was a very difficult target. Saddam Hussein moved around a lot. He had a lot of different locations. When you're going to conduct an operation to go in and capture someone, you need a lot of detailed intelligence, and you've got to know what it is you're going about. You certainly have to think of the downside of it is can I do that, and if I can't, do I want to end up with 20 or 30 dead Americans or 50 captured?
President Bush had isolated Saddam diplomatically. He met Mikhail Gorbachev to ask the Soviet Union not to stand in the way if America went to war with Iraq. Iraq was an old ally of the Soviet Union, but Gorbachev agreed. The Cold War had just ended, or the war with Iraq. Iraq was an old ally of the Soviet Union, but Gorbachev agreed. The Cold War had just ended. Gorbachev did not want to risk his new relationship with America.
Smart man. Very smart man.
This was a key meeting. A country had been occupied. If at that point in history we had not been able to deal with that situation, everything else we had worked for would have been null and void.
Without the Soviet Union on board, we never would have been able to marshal the international coalition that we were able to build up. It just gave it a completely different dynamic to the whole effort. Instead of being an effort, let's say, by the United States and the United Kingdom to eject Iraq from Kuwait, it was an effort by the entire international community.
Baker and Bush had methodically built a broad international coalition to oppose Saddam. Ultimately, Bush would convince over 30 nations to contribute financial or military support to the effort.
This is U.S. Navy Warship Channel 14. Can you tell us what country your flagged under and your port of registry, over?
The fuck, every time I go down here.
In the Persian Gulf, a multinational naval force had cut off Iraqi shipping,
I'll kill you fucking
enforcing the
hackers
stiff
if you're
United
doing what I
Nations
think you're doing.
economic sanctions. But the CIA was telling President Bush it could take years for sanctions to drive Saddam from Kuwait. And inside the American government, there was a growing split over whether sanctions alone could work.
My thinking was that it would be great if sanctions would do the job, because then we would avoid a war with unknown consequences. And therefore we should give sanctions as much of a ride as was politically possible.
Powell went to see the president. He feared that Bush might rush to war because his civilian advisors had not properly explained how long-term sanctions might work.
I laid out for him what a sanctions policy might look like and how it would work. He listened intently in that way he has, somewhat slouched in his chair with his chin slightly down. And his response was, well, Colin, that's all very, very interesting. It's good to consider all options, but I just don't think we're going to have time for sanctions to work.
Even after this meeting, Colin Powell would continue to argue against the president's line. 2 weeks later in the Pentagon, Powell spoke with a top British commander.
Colin Powell said to me that he would be prepared to give sanctions a considerable time to work. And I said, well, how long are we talking about? To my astonishment, Colin Powell said, well, I would give them up to 2 years to work. He He said, I don't think we should mount a military operation for at least that length of time, if that's what it takes for the sanctions to work, which he was confident that they would.
Would you have given the sanctions 2 years?
I don't know. At that point, when we were talking about this on the 24th of September, sanctions had only been at work for about a month. A little over a month. It wasn't clear whether they would have a desired effect. I was prepared to wait and see.
The president and his generals were on a collision course. In the Saudi desert, Schwarzkopf now commanded over 200,000 U.S. and coalition troops. In early October, Bush asked for an immediate briefing on how the military planned to throw Saddam out of Kuwait. But Schwarzkopf believed he didn't have a large enough force. The Iraqis outnumbered him at least 2 to 1.
They're great, aren't they? Colin called me and said, I want you to send an offensive option back. And I objected strongly. I said, look, I've told everybody all along we do not have the forces on the ground to conduct an offensive option.
My view was, well, that's all right. It's a work in progress. Bring it back to the United States. Let us brief it. We'll all see where we are.
3 days later, Schwarzkopf's chief planner, Colonel Joe Purvis, flew to Washington to brief the president and his aides. To Purvis, it was obvious the best option was to outflank the Iraqi defenses. But he and Schwarzkopf believed they only had enough troops to attack head-on. The computers predicted 10,000 casualties.
When I put up the view graph that had the graphics on it, showing the military operation, the arrow pointing straight into Kuwait from Saudi Arabia, General Scowcroft immediately responded by that didn't look right to him. Asked, why are you attacking into the strength of the Iraqi defense?
My first question is, why don't you go around to the west? And the answer was, well, we don't have enough gas trucks. We'll run out of gas when we're up there on the shoulder. We can't do that. It's not a feasible option. And maybe something, we don't know what kind of sand there is or something. But I was pretty appalled.
The military were saying, here's the way we'd have to do it in a manner that would suggest extraordinary number of casualties and a large price to pay.
This was an effort, however conscious or unconscious, to basically say this is going to be a near-run thing and the casualties are going to be very high, and maybe we ought not do this. I think that there was very little enthusiasm in the American military for, in fact, throwing Saddam out of Kuwait militarily.
I wasn't trying to frighten them. I wanted to make sure they understood the significance of the operation we were thinking about. This wasn't going to be just a simple walk in the woods, drop a few bombs, and they'll all go home the way the Egyptians and the Saudis and the Turks were telling my political colleagues. And these were all gentlemen who had never really been in a major war. And so what I was trying to do is make sure they understood what we were doing and the difficulties of what we were doing, especially when it came to a ground plan. And I think the ground plan is what scared them all to death.
That night, there was a crisis of confidence at the heart of the administration. The White House team wondered if the right generals were in command.
And I went immediately to Cheney and said, this can't happen. If this is what we're going to get, then we'll just have to find a different way to do the military planning.
I shared the Brent's concern, and I wanted to send a message through the organization that said, guys, we mean business. Now, one way or another, we're going to get an option put together that allows us to launch offensive action to go after the Iraqis.
What I told them was, don't panic. This is a solvable problem, and we will come up with a plan that you will find workable.
All rushed to Saudi Arabia to meet with Schwarzkopf. They knew that back in Washington,
Dick Cheney. I said Dick Cheney, fucking idiots. Dick Cheney. Oh, he's still alive. Hell yeah. God bless him.
and Dick Cheney was forming his own Pentagon team to develop a war plan. In Riyadh, Schwarzkopf laid out for Powell the additional forces he would need if the president wanted war.
When Colin came over for his briefing, I pointed out all of my trepidations. And the conclusion of that was Colin said, okay, if you are going to be required to attack, you will have the forces that you need. That was very reassuring to me.
Powell returned to the White House with a new plan.
So, Mr. President, if you direct us to attack in order to eject the Iraqi army out of Kuwait, this is how we're going to do it.
They asked for the 7th Corps, the 2 heaviest divisions of the American Army out of Europe, which totally weakened NATO. They asked for 6 carrier battle groups. And then the political poison pill, they asked for the activation of the National Guard and the Army Reserves. The force represented in these 3 requests was just awesome, overwhelming, not to mention the cost. The president pushed his chair back, said, you've got it, and if you need more, come see me.
Bush made that commitment in secret just days before the congressional elections.
So the decision was made in the White House, not surprisingly, I think in retrospect, although somewhat duplicitously, that the decision would not be announced until after the election. A belief that you didn't want to complicate matters by making it even more of a political issue than it already was.
2 days after the election, 250,000 more troops began heading for the Gulf.
I have today directed Secretary of Defense to increase the size of U.S. forces committed to Desert Shield to ensure that the coalition has an adequate offensive military option should that be necessary to achieve our common goals.
Bush had taken his generals to the brink of war. Now he had to bring along the American public. Saddam Hussein believed the trauma of Vietnam meant that the American people would not stand for a war. Now the polls showed support for Bush's handling of the crisis was slipping.
Sanctions working doesn't mean just the destruction of the Iraqi economy. It means getting Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait.
Secretary General Powell will be back here.
An angry Democratic Congress convened hearings to grill the administration on its plans for war.
Our best prospect to succeed, if the president were to ask me today, can you guarantee that these sanctions will work within a year or 2? The answer is no, I cannot.
The point is, it's going to be bloody. There are going to be thousands and thousands and thousands of casualties.
States or some kind of consideration.
Some of the sharpest criticism came from the defense establishment, especially from the man who had planned the war in...
On. Get the fuck out of here, niggers.
What do you call a man in debt?
Owen.
The victim.
Hey, when they do that shit. Fucking niggers.
The victor and...
Niggers.
Or another, we're going to get an option put together that allows us to launch offensive action to go after the Iraqis. What I told them was, don't panic. This is a solvable problem, and we will come up with a plan that you will find workable.
Powell rushed to Saudi Arabia to meet with Schwarzkopf. They knew that back in Washington, Dick Cheney was forming his own Pentagon team to develop a war plan. In Riyadh, Schwarzkopf laid out for Powell the additional forces he would need if the president wanted war.
When Colin came over for his briefing, I pointed out all of my trepidations. And the conclusion of that was Colin said, okay, if you are going to be required to attack, you will have the forces that you need. That was very reassuring to me.
Who's that guy? I forgot.
If you are going to be, was Colin, I pointed out all of my trepidations.
Right.
And the conclusion of that was Colin said, okay, if you are going to be required to attack, you will have the forces that you need. That was very reassuring to me.
Powell returned to the White House with a new plan.
Mr. President, if you direct us to attack in order to eject the Iraqi army out of Kuwait, this is how we're going to do it.
They asked for the 7th Corps, the 2 heaviest divisions in the American Army out of Europe, which totally weakened NATO. They asked for 6 carrier battle groups. And then the political poison pill, they asked for the activation of the National Guard and the Army Reserves. The force represented in these 3 requests was just awesome, overwhelming, not to mention the cost. The president pushed his chair back, said, you've got it, and if you need more, come see me.
Bush made that commitment in secret just days before the congressional elections.
So the decision was made in the White House, not surprisingly, I think, in retrospect, although somewhat duplicitously, that the decision would not be announced until after the election. A belief that you didn't want to complicate matters by making it even more of a political issue than it already was.
2 days after the election, 250,000 more troops began heading for the Gulf.
I have today directed the Secretary of Defense to increase the size of U.S. forces committed to Desert Shield to ensure that the coalition has an adequate offensive military option should that be necessary to achieve our common goals.
Bush had taken his generals to the brink of war. Now he had to bring along the American public. Saddam Hussein believed the trauma of Vietnam meant that the American people would not stand for a war. Now the polls showed support for Bush's handling of the crisis was slipping.
Sanctions working doesn't mean just the destruction of the Iraqi economy. It means getting Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait.
Secretary General Powell will be back here.
An angry Democratic Congress convened hearings to grill the administration on its plans for war.
That offers our best prospect to succeed.
If the president were to ask me today, can you guarantee that these sanctions will work within a year or
That's
two?
not
The
what
answer is no, I cannot.
you can do for your
point
country.
is, it's
Ask
going
what
to
the
be
country
bloody.
can do for you.
There are going to be thousands and thousands and thousands of casualties.
Stage of some kind of consideration.
Some of the sharpest criticism came from the defense establishment, especially from the man who had planned the war in Vietnam.
Surely we should be prepared to extend the sanctions over a 12 or 18-month period if that offers an opportunity to achieve our political objective without the loss of American lives. Who can doubt that a year of blockade will be cheaper than a week of war?
It would be a sad commentary if Saddam Hussein, a two-bit tyrant who sits on 17 million people and possesses a gross national product of $40 billion, proved to be more patient than the United States, the world's most affluent and powerful nation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Admiral Crowell. These are two of the most powerful statements I've heard before this committee in my 18 years here, and I think you've rendered a real service and given us a great deal to think about. This administration had to build up a certain amount of support for the administration's position, and they drew in all sorts of
I'd be
people to
safe
talk
and
about the
warm
aggression of
if
the
I was
Iraqis
in
and how
LA.
horrible they were, the same sort of thing that we saw
California dreaming.
and they
I gotta play
actually
some Call of Duty
acknowledged
Black Ops
the
Cold War.
credentials and credibility of the people that they were enlisting.
No one lobbied Congress harder than the Kuwaitis, who spent $10 million on a campaign that centered on Iraqi atrocities. The Congressional Human Rights Caucus convened a special hearing on abuses and heard from a host of cases sent by the Kuwaiti ambassador to the U.S.
They tortured him, they abused him, and after 10 days of torture, they brought him to his parents' home, called out all of the family members, the neighbors, and shot him dead in front of his mother.
I stayed behind and wanted to do something for my country.
But the most compelling testimony came from an anonymous 15-year-old Kuwaiti girl.
Volunteered at the Al-Adan hospital.
They abused him, and after 10 days of torture, they brought him to his...
of witnesses presented by the Kuwaiti ambassador to the U.S.
They tortured him. They...
The people that they were enlisting.
No one lobbied Congress harder than the Kuwaitis, who spent $10 million on a campaign that centered on Iraqi atrocities. The Congressional Human Rights Caucus convened a special hearing to look into the abuses and heard from a host of witnesses presented by the Kuwaiti ambassador to the U.S.
Oh.
They tortured him. They abused him. And after 10 days of torture, they brought him to his parents' home, called out all of the family members, the neighbors, and shot him dead in front of his mother.
I stayed behind and wanted to do something for my country.
But the most compelling testimony came from an anonymous 15-year-old Kuwaiti girl.
Volunteered at the Al-Adan hospital.
She said she witnessed firsthand Iraqi soldiers removing Kuwaiti babies from hospital incubators and then stealing the incubators.
While I was there, I saw the Iraqi soldiers come into the hospital with guns. They took the babies out of the incubators.
Poor thing.
Took the incubators and left the children to die on the cold floor.
Damn.
We have never heard, in all this time, in all circumstances, a record of inhumanity and brutality and sadism as the ones that the witnesses have given us today.
Only later was it discovered that the girl was actually the daughter of the Kuwaiti ambassador, and that there were doubts about whether she had actually seen the events she described.
Scores of hearings.
I have to ask why she was not identified as your daughter when she gave that testimony to the House Committee, or the House Caucus.
Well, for security reasons, I didn't believe it was just for her safety.
Did the Human Rights Caucus members and the chair people know who she was?
Yes,
they knew her identity.
They knew her identity, and they knew exactly what the girl was telling them was the truth.
How many people knew that she was the ambassador's daughter?
I didn't. I don't know who knew. I did not know she was the ambassador's daughter.
No, I don't know the truth of the story, but it certainly undermined her credibility, and in a certain sense undermined the credibility of the administration.
22 premature babies. They all died. Then they shot the hospital employees.
George Bush rose up in righteous anger and called this aggression a la the Nazi era.
The fight is about naked aggression.
The American people didn't quite understand that. And then the next argument was that the war was about oil, we had to protect oil.
If control of the world's great oil reserves fell into the hands of that one man, Saddam Hussein.
The banners came out in Harvard Square, hell no, we won't go, we won't die for Texas. That really didn't Harvard Square, hell no, we won't go, we won't die for Texas. That really didn't resonate. And then if you recall, Jim Baker got up there and said it's about jobs, jobs, jobs.
If you want to sum it up in one word, it's jobs.
The American people said, what's this all about?
Steve Jobs, yeah, well.
I'm deeply concerned about Saddam's efforts to acquire nuclear weapons.
And then the final thing which capped the demonization of Saddam Hussein was the announcement that Saddam Hussein was secretly working on weapons of mass destruction, chemicals, biologicals, and most of all, nuclear weapons.
And that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with Hitler revisited. A totalitarianism and a brutality that is naked and unprecedented in modern times. And that must not stand. We cannot talk about...
When you demonize an enemy, such as the president tended to do with Saddam Hussein, raise expectations that you would do something about him at the end of the day. We did not know how to get Saddam Hussein. This is a man who has survived for 3 decades by nobody knowing how to get him. And so by demonizing him, which was a useful way to raise public interest and support of what we were doing, we also faced the problem of if he was still there at the end of it, which he most likely would be, it would take some shine off the achievement.
The Bush administration was having much more success building up international support for war. Their maneuvering led to a historic UN vote authorizing the use of force in 6 weeks if Iraq refused to leave Kuwait.
Will those in favor of the draft resolution contained in document S/21969 please raise their hand?
There were various concessions made to different countries whose support was critical. Egypt was forgiven $7 billion in various debts. Syria was forgiven many of the same sins of which Saddam was accused. Turkey was basically granted certain trade concessions in return for their very important support.
Turkey.
The same sins of which Saddam was accused. Turkey was basically granted certain trade concessions in return for their very important support.
The draft resolution has been adopted as Resolution 678, 1990. We have taken political, economic, and military measures to quarantine Iraq and to contain its aggression. The nations of the world have not stood idly by.
But the UN resolution only deepened the fears of the American people.
There was very little public support in the United States for the idea of going to war in the Persian Gulf. In fact, it was overwhelmingly opposed.
If we were going to fight a war, we had to do so with the support of the American people. If possible, with the support of the American Congress. But that if we were going to send people, Americans, off to die in the Persian Gulf, we had to be able to survive the judgments of history, that we didn't do so precipitously.
To go the extra mile for peace, I will issue an invitation to Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz to come to Washington. In addition, I'm asking Secretary Jim Baker to go to Baghdad to see Saddam Hussein.
Just 6 days before the UN deadline for war, and after many changes of plan, James Baker prepared to meet Tariq Aziz. The Bush administration needed the talks to win over public opinion and a hostile Congress. But they feared the Iraqis might offer a deal that would split the coalition.
If there is a genuine, sincere, serious intention to make peace in the whole region of the Middle East, we are ready to reciprocate.
When I went to meet with James Baker, I hadn't the slightest idea that that meeting would succeed. I knew that that was public relations, that he wanted.
Oh, fuck. You idiots.
Over 200 different targets were hit.
The first 24 hours,
in history.
Worried about it because it was sort of
as a result of a meeting like this.
But in Geneva, Tariq Aziz had offered no last-minute compromise. Instead, the talk had turned to war.
I said that they should not make the mistake of assuming that they would control the terms of the battle, as perhaps they might have assumed in their war with Iran, that this would be a totally different situation, that our technological superiority was overwhelming and would be brought to bear.
My response was very cool. I told him, Mr. Secretary, Iraq is a very ancient nation. We have lived for 6,000 years.
Oh, y'all.
I have no doubts that you are a very powerful nation. I have no doubts that you have a very strong military machine, and you will inflict on us heavy losses. But Iraq will survive. And this leadership will decide the future of Iraq.
And I was certain at the
time that we would be going to war and going to war very, very soon. Regrettably, ladies and gentlemen, in over 6 hours, I heard nothing that suggested to me any Iraqi flexibility whatsoever.
Even to this day, I am stunned by Saddam's failure to exploit all of his options. Time and time again, Saddam, by opting for the maximum, actually made it relatively, I hate to use the word easy, but made it much less difficult on the United States and the coalition to sustain itself. And, you know, I'm not sure at times so much whether we won it, but clearly he lost it.
Congress debated whether to give the president the authority to go to war. The House was supporting Bush, but the Senate vote would be close.
But this is the truth. I could not accept the loss of life of any of our children in the Persian Gulf right now, and that tells me that in my gut, I do not believe that it's time to go to war.
I see no compelling reason to rush to military action. Of course, there are no guarantees on economic sanctions. There are also no guarantees on war.
What?
Where are the guarantees on war?
It is not an option for the Congress of the United States to disapprove what we for months have asked others to support. It is unthinkable that our government would now lose its will.
On this vote, the yeas are 52 and the nays are 47.
We would not have won the vote without Geneva. We simply wouldn't. In the aftermath of the Geneva meeting, opposition to our use of force eroded. So it was an idea that germinated with the president. It was the right idea. We did it right, and there really should be no second thoughts about that. It worked exactly the way it should have worked.
What?
In the beginning, George Bush had been almost alone in his determination to turn back the invasion of Kuwait. 5 months later, the man often derided as a political wimp had maneuvered his generals, his country, and most of the world to join his stand in the desert.
President, private, the most inner circle, made absolutely clear he was going to go forward with this action, even if he were impeached. The truth of the matter is that while public opinion and the voice of Congress was important to Bush, I believe it had no impact on his decision about what he would do. He was going to throw that son of a bitch out of Kuwait regardless of whether the Congress or the public supported him.
In the final hours before the UN deadline, Saddam appeared on television to assure the Iraqi people victory would be theirs. You are the new leader of the Arab world, he was told. The Americans, said Saddam, rely too much on technology. They never fight man to man. They can never win the battle. Across America, midnight vigils marked the passing of the deadline. At dawn, the president signed the order that would take America and the coalition to war.
He was ordering people into situations where they would lose their lives, and the kind of magnitude of that
Oh, you fucking idiot. I don't want a goddamn fucking thing.
You know, how much is a life worth? How much is 100 lives worth? 1,000, 10,000?
Send it to my fucking text.
In the Gulf, 1,700 coalition aircraft now
I'm
prepared
gonna kill
to
you,
attack.
Google. Fucking switch it.
They faced modern Iraqi fighters, many built by the French and Soviets. hundreds of missile batteries, and thousands of anti-aircraft guns. At one stage, Pentagon estimates suggested 1 in 5 aircraft in the first attack might be shot down.
We were filled with uncertainty. Our press had been telling us that our generals couldn't general, that our technology didn't work, and our young people were no good. Now, we didn't believe it, but we worried about it because it was sort of imbued in our whole national psyche. Vietnam was a ghost we carried with us.
The air planners' first targets were not the 400,000 Iraqi troops in and around Kuwait, but key strategic political and military targets in Baghdad and all over Iraq. Some hoped that for the first time in history, air power alone would bring victory.
I thought the strategic campaign would not only work, but that it would be bordering on unbelievably successful. And that was based on the fact that technology had finally caught up with the vision that we'd always had of how to apply a strategic air campaign.
Imagine Iraq like a human body. What happens if you take away somebody's ability to think, somebody's ability to communicate with the rest of the body? What happens if you sever their spinal cord? They can't function, right?
Before the planes could attack, Task Force Normandy would fire the first shots of the war. Its Apache gunships had been training for months. Their mission was vital, to destroy at all costs 2 Iraqi radar sites that would otherwise give Baghdad an early warning of what was to come. It was a moonless night. 8 Apaches armed with Hellfire missiles took off towards Iraq. This is a pilot's eye view, videotape from one helicopter's night vision camera. The gunships flew just a few feet off the desert until they were 8 miles from the radar dishes.
We slowed our airspeed to about 40 knots, came up on line, all abreast, so we're all at the same distance for the target. And at this point, I'm not looking through my goggles, I'm looking at a TV screen right in front of me. Watched the clock tick to 0. I gave the code word, get some. At that point, everybody fired their Hellfires. Get some.
From a range of 4 miles, each crew aimed a laser beam that guided their missiles. The Iraqis had anti-aircraft guns, but could not see or hear the helicopters. This was a new kind of war.
How'd you go? They're still in here. Okay. Hit that one, slide on the left. Hit that one. Okay.
With the initial blast of the Hellfire, then we really saw some activity in the target.
You're lined up. Firing. I see people running around now. All right. Hold it steady. All right. Stay with me. There it goes.
I select my gun. I've got very bright flash of light to my left and right as the Hellfires are leaving. People running around the site, and underneath my goggles I can see the explosions. My wingman firing his 30 millimeter, the muzzle flashes from that.
Okay, did you get together?
Out of the probably 150 people that we were briefed were at the site, I would imagine not more than 10 or 20 probably lived through that engagement.
Within 5 minutes of the time that the first aircraft were scheduled to hit their targets, General Schwarzkopf
We'll kill these cunts, goddamn
came
it.
in. The door opened. His senior military assistant announced the Commander-in-Chief of United States Central Command. And he burst through the door and took his place at the table.
And then I asked the chaplain to say a prayer. And then I played God Bless the USA, a blatantly chauvinistic piece of music, but I think it characterized the pride that all of us had in our profession and in what we were. And there's a line in there that says, "I would proudly stand next to you and defend her still today." And that's what it was all about. And I said, now we all know what we need to do. Now let's get on with it. Soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines, this morning at 0300, we launched Operation Desert Storm.
Oh my God.
My confidence in you is total. Our cause is just. Now, you must be the thunder and lightning of Desert Storm. Planes were in the air at that time, heading towards their targets, with no guarantees of the outcome. To know that we had taken a very big step and that the war had started and none of us knew exactly how it was going to end. It's a very, very emotional moment.
Time to launch. 1 minute, sir.
In the Gulf, the Navy prepared to launch dozens of cruise missiles. But the missiles' guidance systems couldn't navigate over the flat desert of Iraq. They needed landmarks to lock onto. So they were secretly programmed to fly over the mountains of Iran and then turn towards Baghdad. The Iranians were told nothing, and no one knew exactly what would happen.
4, 3, 2, 1, launch.
Downtown Tehran would not have been a good mission. We were dealing with neighboring countries who we didn't want to join into the fray. We'd never used them in conflict before, and there was a lot of apprehension about, do we launch these things and then they make up their own mind where they're going?
By 2:25 in the morning, I was tired, sitting in the CNN workspace. I had an Englishman engineer, and I was sort of telling him, you know, it was a bust. We'd have to wait for another night. And then he started to hear, he claimed, dogs barking. And my hearing is not so good as the result of being in Vietnam for many years, but I too started to hear dogs barking. And he said, that has to be a signal. And I laughed and I said, dog radar? Come on. And 10 seconds after I'd made that memorable statement, the sound of anti-aircraft fire started.
10 stealth bombers were just minutes away from downtown Baghdad. The stealth was designed to be invisible to radar, but to be safe, the Air Force started jamming Baghdad's radar defenses. The jamming gave the game away. The Iraqi radars were blinded, but 3,000 anti-aircraft guns and 60 missile batteries began firing wildly into the sky.
That night, orders came from headquarters to fire back any way we could, even if it meant closing our eyes and firing into the sky. You see, it was so dark, and the aircraft were coming so quickly, and we didn't have the capability to aim accurately. That's why they told us, put up a barrage of fire any way you can.
In the approaching stealth bombers, the pilots saw the firestorm of shells and missiles exploding above the city. They flew straight towards it.
As I'm flying in, the aircraft was actually being buffeted by the AAA exploding. Looking back, it's kind of like an old World War II movie where they sit in the cockpit with their B-29s and bounce around over Dresden.
Dolson's bomb destroyed Iraq's main telephone exchange.
I just remember looking over my shoulder, and I thought to myself, you know, it's a miracle. There's no way anybody else is coming out of there.
A minute behind, Dolson's wingman was still flying through the barrage.
Stuff going off all around you, under you, some of it arcing over above you. I know that I've trained my whole Air Force career to make sure that I could do this, and now did I have the right stuff now?
Leatherman destroyed the main telephone tower. Another laser-guided bomb hit the headquarters controlling Baghdad's air defenses. Other pilots destroyed government ministries and a key communications tower. Also targeted Saddam's lakeside palace.
What we wanted to do was sever his ability to communicate with his frontline forces. And if that meant killing him, then so be it.
That was a large airburst that we saw. It was filling the sky. And I think, John, that airburst took out the telecommunications. Now you may...
CNN gave a running account to the rest of the world. 6 minutes after the stealth bombers left, the cruise missiles arrived. Some destroyed government buildings. Others dropped carbon filament, which shorted out the electrical grid system. The president and his advisors watched the war unfold on television.
This is one of those times when I really had a sense of history. I had the battle plan on my lap, and we were sitting here watching CNN, and to see the battle unfolding from the CNN parts, when the CNN announcer a couple of minutes...
Call of Duty Black Ops 6. You fucking idiots.
We're recording. Truth is, your whole life is a lie. You wanted peace, so we at the war now agree to all in the shadows.
Behind closed doors, where we hide the world's secrets. While we build your trust, the world falls apart around you. If you weren't so distracted, you'd realize
nothing is what it seems. But if it's truth you seek, look in the dark.
we need to roll under the radar to get this done.
Let's make sure they don't see the sunrise.
I have to put my Warcraft Guild again.
This is devastation on a global scale.
It's a world war. We're recording. Truth is, your whole life is a lie. You wanted peace, so we at the war now agree to all in the shadows.
Behind closed doors, where we hide the world's secrets.
While we build your trust, the world falls apart around you.
If you weren't so distracted, you'd realize
nothing is
Oh no, I didn't want that. Fuck.
But if it's truth you seek, look in the dark.
MP4 converted.
We're recording. Truth is, your whole life is a lie. You wanted peace.
distracted, you'd realize nothing is what it seems. But it was truth you seek. Look in the dark.
We're recording. Truth is, your whole life.
I had to get blocked out. 1, 2, 3. Oh.
You want a piece, so
Going to sleep to action.
now it reaches all in the shadows. Behind closed doors, where we hide the world's secrets. While we build your trust, the world falls apart around you. If you weren't so distracted, you'd realize nothing is what it seems. But it was truth you seek. Look in the dark.
Oh, okay. Oops.
We're recording. Truth is, your whole life is a lie.
You want a piece, so we hit the war. Now it reaches all in the shadows. Behind closed doors, where we hide the world's secrets. While we build your trust, the world falls apart around you. If you weren't so distracted, you'd realize nothing is what it seems. But it was truth you seek. Look in the dark.
That block op should always keep going, dude. Oh.
We're recording.
The fuck is wrong with you idiots?
Your whole life is a lie.
You want a piece, so we hit the war. Now it reaches all in the shadows. Behind closed doors, where we hide the world's secrets. While we build your trust, the world falls apart around you. If you weren't so distracted, you'd realize nothing is what it seems. But it was truth you seek. Look in the dark.
We're recording. Truth is,
Call of Duty, you sick shit.
your whole life
All of
is
you.
a lie.
Okay, never mind.
You want a piece, so we hit the war. Now it reaches all in the shadows. Behind closed doors, where we hide the world's secrets. While we build your trust, the world falls apart around you. If you weren't so distracted, you'd realize nothing is what it seems. But it was truth you seek. Look in the dark.
Get this shit out of here. Off. I'm gonna beat you, Google.
Truth is, your whole life is a lie.
You want a piece, so we hit the war. Now it reaches all in the shadows. Behind closed doors, where we hide the world's secrets. While we build your trust, the world falls apart around you. If you weren't so distracted, you'd realize nothing is what it seems. But it was truth you seek. Look in the dark.
Oh, finally.
We're recording. Truth is, your whole life is a lie. You wanted peace, so we hit the war.
Dude, I'm so playing the game, damn it.
Behind closed doors, where we hide the world's secrets. While we build your trust, the world falls apart around you. If you weren't so distracted, you'd realize
Nothing is what it seems, but it is truth you seek. Look in the dark.
How the fuck can't I?
We're recording. Truth is, your whole life is a lie. You wanted peace, so we hit the war. Now it rages all in the shadows.
behind closed doors, where we hide the world's secrets. While we build your trust, the world falls apart around you. If you weren't so distracted, you'd realize
Nothing is what it seems, but it is truth you seek.
Oh, what?
Look in the dark.
Look in the dark. They're not. Oh, the knife is coming soon. Okay, I can't do this no more. Oh, if I cannot.
Recording. Truth is,
Dude, this is gonna be so goddamn epic. Frank Woods. Oh.
It's fun and easy.
Oh, yes, I remember this.
And watch it grow.
Median home prices have fallen to $120,000.
Recruitment for the CIA has reached an all-time high.
New episode tonight at 9. Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen,
We are talking to you. We are talking to you. You may remember. A better time. But it was false.
the truth lies.
You were blind to the lies. Blind to the lies.
You must find the truth.
Stop being sheep and become
Truth.
Stop being sheep and become wolves.
Open your eyes.
Open your eyes. Soon the truth will be revealed.
blessed are the peacemakers.
Copy.
I shouldn't have stopped you. Was the right thing at the time, Captain. At the time. Johnny, you with me?
Okay, get this shit the fuck out of here. I don't want MP4 converter. Damn you. YouTube. Not let me down. You fucking idiot. Truth lies in what, though? Jesus!
Should wake him up.
You fucking idiot. Get the fuck out of here, nigger. I'll fucking kill you, niggers. Fucking niggers. Honk, you bitch. Hold on, y'all. We're almost done. We're gonna have to go to some Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. Of course not, you fucking idiot. Okay.
We're recording. Truth is, your whole life is a lie.
You wanted peace, so we hit the war. Now it reaches all in the shadows.
Behind closed doors, where we hide the world's secrets. While we build your trust, the world falls apart around you. If you weren't so distracted, you realize
I'm just gonna continually loop that shit. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna loop it on mine though.
Look at the doctor.
That's a Chinese guy, not a black guy, you liars. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 channel. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 channel. Fucking idiots. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 channel. T Martin 2. Fucking nicker. T Martin 2. I'm gonna fucking slit their throats, I swear to you. I'm gonna cut their goddamn throats. Ooh, you playing that shit? Oh, I don't.
current shipping to your advantage.
Rally forth, brave souls, for honor and eternal glory await us on the battlefield. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Manor Lords. Welcome back to Emenruth. Today, we fight. We are going to be taking the battle to Mr. Hildeboldt von Berenawente? Something like that. He's got 4 regions here. We're going to be challenging...
Manor Lords platform. Of course, you faggots. Ah, fuck you. Niggers.
Should wake them up.
I'll put these on a playlist.
Should wake them up. Should wake them up.
Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. No commentary. Hmm.
We must realize that no arsenal or no weapon in the arsenals of the world is so formidable as the will and moral courage of free men and women. It is a weapon our adversaries in today's world do not have. Let that be understood by those who practice terrorism and prey upon their neighbors.
Some U.S. intelligence analysts believe America is already in a state of war with the Soviet Union.
Are Soviet spies living among us?
52 American citizens have been taken hostage at the American embassy in Tehran.
An unnamed White House official claims that a Cold War disaster could be just around the corner.
Mr. President, we have 2 names linked to the hostage situation. Arash Kadivar and Kassim Javad. Just give the word.
It's time to send a message. There will be no more hostages.
When I go, you guys, I'm gonna come back and play Call of Duty Black Ops
Sure
Cold
we can
War.
trust the police either? This guy's done more for less. He'll look the other way. Look, glad you could join us, Hans. You guys, we clear to move on the target?
Kassim is in his apartment, but he's well protected. Keep my men out of the area for 15 minutes. I hope you brought enough.
We brought enough. Pleasure doing safe.
Mm-hmm.
That piece of trash is a lot of things. Safe ain't one of them.
Do we really need to take this son of a bitch alive, Adler?
Kazim has info we need. Everyone else can take a powder. Apartment's just up ahead. Odds only bought us 15 minutes. Hit Kazim hard and fast. Let's help him ring in the new year. Light him up, Mason. Go! Where's Kazim? Kazim's headed up the stairs. We need Kazim alive.
Grasslands. Plains. Coded method. Sound a little Chinese or Japanese or whatever.
Alright, let's load him up. We'll find his voice.
What's the dirt blocks though?
Hudson.
Oh, here we
We're bringing you a present. He's in Travis' apartment.
Kazim is out of the picture.
How long before we get Arash?
The team arrived in Turkey a few hours ago. We should be in position shortly.
find this shithead.
Priority is to ID Raj before things go hot.
There's forest of...
Mason, check it out.
Oh, okay.
Silent Raj. That's not him.
That's forest 30, times 324.
Nope.
24.
Incoming truck. Left side.
32.
Get eyes on
Forest 32. Okay.
Raj might leave the truck.
I guess they got his face yet. He just iced a corner of the truck. That's gotta be a Raj.
Hold fire. We need a positive ID. That's our man. Take him out.
That hype was so fucking real in Black Ops 6. It's gonna be hyped up too. What the fuck? Oh. again with the fuck. Fuck. They did this Ronald Reagan right. Beautiful job on the graphics. Just did a beautiful job. That is so cool to have Ronald Reagan in the video game. That dude was so intelligent. Fuck. How the fuck are you supposed to...
We chased down Sims, SLA, even pulled some strings to get Helen Park from MI6. We'll get them Mason and Woods.
I'm not so sure about Park.
Sure, I've learned business from before. Voice of what's clear.
And the new one.
Well, get me started. That's the one we need to keep our eyes on.
Can't possibly go flat? Can you place iron trapdoors sideways? Shut the fuck up and tell me what I need to know. Bye.
No world how to do this, right? First of all, what is the problem? The problem is when you make iron trapdoors like that, up the way, as soon as you get rid of the lever, or anything like that, they fall back down again. So that's no good. So what do we do? Let's do this. So you're going to need some wool or any other block you need just to balance the levers on. You need some pistons, and of course you need some iron trapdoors. Let's do this. Right. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4 bits of iron wool to start with, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Of course, this is for 4 high shelf design. We don't need that. 3 high. No, so let's do this. Right. Place them like that, and then we're going to put here on iron trapdoors. We're going to come right to this side with our iron trapdoors. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, you know what? I think let me see if I can figure this one out. Oh, it's like a puzzle. annoying. Ugh. You guys are dog shit. Do you understand? Cunts.
So, and then that way they're going to be upright over there, rather than if I had placed them from this side, boom, they'd be upright on that side. That's okay. It just, this design kind of depends on them being placed around in this direction. Okay, now we need some pistons, and let's go for 1, 2, 3, like that. And the cool thing is, when you press the lever, it pushes it, and it makes it vertical. As if by magic. And the cool thing is, when you get rid of the pistons, they stay vertical, which is just astonishing. Now what I'm going to do is just move them along by one as well, putting some more pistons right here, and I'll just squidge them along, and then we can carry on. So let's do this again. So we're going to come out this side, like that. Yeah, it placed it vertically because the lever is already down. Got to reset your levers, and then 1, 2, 3, like that. And come out, and again, pistons just like this. What a cool design this could be. In fact, the way to build shells, you can just do just about anything now that you can make vertical iron trapdoors without world edit. So there we go, we've got 2 so far. We're just going to shove these guys along as well. Boom, boom, boom. There we go, they get shoved. 1, 2, 3, and then we've just got 1 more to do. Let's do this with our 3 white shells. 1. I've got my levers. Boom, boom. There we're at 1, 2, 3, and repeat. And then we have to do the sides, these sides here, and that just means we've got to change our orientation of our levers ever so far. They're in this direction, and I've got to change them around. Boom, so let's get rid of you. And now we want them to come up here. We want sides down right here. So we're going to figure out where we want these trapdoors. We want these trapdoors 1, 2, 3, just like that, and then we make them go upright. So we need to push them into place. And when we push them into place, we don't want them there, we want them pushed from
Okay. That's one. I like that one better, anyways. is Perseus? Who is actual Perseus? Let me agree. Who is Perseus in Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War? Oh, main antagonist in 2020 video game Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. He's a mysterious Soviet intelligence officer in KGB, who is the main villain in the game story. His goal is to undermine the United States and shift the balance of power in favor of the Soviet Union. In the game, Perseus is an international spy ring made up of espionage agents and rogue operators. Connected to a great number of anti-Western groups. And the group is supposedly headed by a Soviet intelligence officer under the codename. You idiot. Get over there. You're not taking that from me. Nope. Oh, you motherfucker. God damn it. Idiot. Get over there. Damn you.
All right, Bell. We're going back to Vietnam. First time Perseus pinged our radar. It was late January, 68. We were a joint CIA-SOG task force embedded within the 3rd Marine Regiment near Da Nang. SOG was there to sniff out Soviet activity. Word had it Russian operatives were active in the region.
Perseus had no known presence in Vietnam.
That changed at Da Nang. Somehow Perseus knew about Operation Fracture Jaw.
Fracture Jaw. That one sure went sideways.
We launched out of Camp Haskins.
Yeah, I'll never forget that shit.
Good. We want those memories. No details too small. A face, a name. We're looking for anything that can lead us to Perseus.
This feels like looking for a needle in a haystack. In a field of haystacks.
Maybe, but that needle's somewhere. Remember, we had a job to do.
Fracture Jaw. That one sure went sideways.
Melt, you're with Sims. You usually bring out the best in each other. We got a new assignment. FOB4 Ripcord is holding a vital asset Charlie wants real bad.
What kind of asset are we talking about?
The kind you don't ask about. Ripcord has been taking a hell of a beating, so it's our job to secure the asset and get the fuck out. Relax. We got fast flyers providing combat air support for this mission. It'll be a walk in the park.
Headsets on.
All birds, check you and ready. Badger 9-1, good to go. Badger 9-2, clear to go. Badger 9-3, rotors up. All birds, go, go, go. Crank up and pull pitch. All birds are in the air.
You all sitting comfortably?
Oh man, Adler, why do I get the feeling you about to give us some bad news?
Because you're a smart guy, Sims. The news isn't bad. In fact, it could be very, very good. The asset of Ripcord is going to have to wait a little while.
on, you guys.
You sure about this, Adler? We ain't exactly empty. Your priority is securing any intel. Reloading. Stars eyeball the Soviets at a building in the center of town. Let's go, Bell. You're on point. Moving. Keep pushing forward. Getting close. Let's move. Taking a look. Look out. Building. Keep your heads down. We got this. Let's go! Area clear. Okay, get inside. See what we got. Контакт! Я выдвигаюсь!
It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. You hear that? It's on you, Bell. Open the door. Adler, we confirmed it. Soviets on site.
You sure?
Well, I'm staring at two bodies that sure as hell don't look Vietnamese to me.
Mm-hmm.
Bell, grab that comms log. Let's see who the fuck they've been talking to. Mission accomplished. We have the intel. Let's bug out.
Good work. Hang on to that intel. We're coming in to pick you up. All right, let's go rejoin the Armada and get this fucking asset. Badger 901, this is Ripcord. We are still under heavy fire. BC are breaching the perimeter. What is your status? We're inbound now, Ripcord. Get that asset ready for transfer. Roger that, 901. Keep the asset safe as long as we can. Ripcord out. Badger 901, in the air.
guys, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna talk to you guys in a bit.
No sense here.
Going for a walk to go.
All targets are
Some
valid.
stuff.
Tear 'em up, Bill.
Like, comment, subscribe. I'll catch you in the next video. Hold on. Like, comment, subscribe. I'll catch you in the next video. Ah. Hold on a second. Piece of shit. Send somebody to your fucking family, you don't knock that shit off. Like, comment, subscribe, catch you guys in the next video. Peace.